Chapter 1 of Robin Hood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. Robin Hood by J. Walker McSPADDEN. Chapter 1. How Robin Hood became an Outlaw. List and hearken, gentlemen, that be of free-born blood. I shall tell you of a good yeoman. His name was Robin Hood. Robin was a proud outlaw, well as he walked on the ground. So courteous an outlaw as he was one, was never none else found. In the days of good King Harry the Second of England, he of the warring sons, there were certain forests in the north country set aside for the king's hunting, and no man might shoot deer therein under penalty of death. These forests were guarded by the king's foresters, the chief of whom, in each wood, was no mean man, but equal in authority to the sheriff in his walled town, or even to my lord bishop in his abbey. One of the greatest of royal preserves was Sherwood and Barnesdale Forest, near the two towns of Nottingham and Barnesdale. Here for some years dwelt one Hugh Fitzooth, as head forester, with his good wife and son Robert. The boy had been born in Locksley Town, in the year 1160, stern records say, and was often called Locksley, or Rob of Locksley. He was a comely, well-knit stripling, and as soon as he was strong enough to walk, his chief delight was to go with his father into the forest. As soon as his right arm received thew and sinew, he learned to draw the long bow and speed a true arrow. While on winter evenings his greatest joy was to hear his father tell of bold Will o' the Green, the outlaw, who for many summers defied the king's foresters and feasted with his men upon king's deer. And on other stormy days the boy learned to whittle out a straight shaft for the long bow and tip it with gray goose feathers. The fond mother sighed when she saw the boy's face light up at these woodland tales. She was of gentle birth, and had hoped to see her son famous at court or abbey. She taught him to read and to write, to doff his cap without awkwardness, and to answer directly and truthfully both lord and peasant. But the boy, although he took kindly to these lessons of breeding, was yet happiest when he had his beloved bow in hand and strolled at will, listening to the murmur of the trees. Two playmates had Rob in these gladsome early days. One was Will Gamewell, his father's brother's son, who lived at Gamewell Lodge, hard by Nottingham town. The other was Marian Fitzwalter, the only child of the Earl of Huntingdon. The castle of Huntingdon could be seen from the top of one of the tall trees in Sherwood, and on more than one bright day Rob's white signal from this tree told Marian that he awaited her there. For you must know that Rob did not visit her at the castle. His father and her father were enemies. Some people whispered that Hugh Fitzooth was the rightful Earl of Huntingdon, but that he had been defrauded out of his lands by Fitzwalter, who had won the king's favor by a crusade to the Holy Land. But little cared Rob or Marian for this enmity, however it had arisen. They knew that the great green wood was open to them and that the wide, wide world was full of the scent of flowers and the song of birds. Days of youth speed all too swiftly, and troubled skies come all too soon. Rob's father had two other enemies besides Fitzwalter, in the persons of the lean Sheriff of Nottingham and the fat Bishop of Hereford. These three enemies one day got possession of the king's ear, and whispered therein to such good, or evil, purpose that Hugh Fitzooth was removed from his post of king's forester. He and his wife and Rob, then a youth of 19, were descended upon during a cold winter's evening, and dispossessed without warning. The sheriff arrested the forester for treason, of which, poor man, he was as guiltless as you or I, and carried him to Nottingham jail. Rob and his mother were sheltered overnight in the jail also, but next morning were roughly bade to go about their business. Thereupon they turned for succor to their only kinsman, Squire George of Gamewell, who sheltered them in all kindness. But the shock and the winter's night's journey proved too much for Dame Fitzooth. She had not been strong for some time before leaving the forest. In less than 2 months she was no more. Rob felt as though his heart was broken at this loss. But scarcely had the first spring flowers begun to blossom upon her grave when he met another crushing blow in the loss of his father. That stern man had died in prison before his accusers could agree upon the charges by which he was to be brought to trial. 2 years passed by. Rob's cousin Will was away at school, and Marian's father, who had learned of her friendship with Rob, had sent his daughter to the court of Queen Eleanor. So these years were lonely ones to the orphaned lad. The bluff old squire was kind to him, but secretly could make nothing of one who went about brooding and as though seeking for something he had lost. The truth is that Rob missed his old life in the forest no less than his mother's gentleness and his father's companionship. Every time he twanged the string of the longbow against his shoulder and heard the gray goose shafts sing, it told him of happy days that he could not recall. One morning as Rob came in to breakfast, his uncle greeted him with, "I have news for you, Rob, my lad," and the hearty old squire finished his draught of ale and set his pewter tankard down with a crash. "What may that be, Uncle Gamewell?" asked the young man. "Here is a chance to exercise your good longbow and win a pretty prize. The fair is on at Nottingham, and the sheriff proclaims an archers' tournament. The best fellows are to have places with the king's foresters, and the one who shoots straightest of all will win for prize a golden arrow. A useless bauble enough, but just the thing for your lady love, eh, Rob, my boy?" Here the squire laughed and whacked the table again with his tankard. Rob's eyes sparkled. "'Twere indeed worth shooting for, uncle mine," he said. "I should dearly love to let fly arrow alongside another man, and a place among the foresters is what I have long desired. Will you let me try?" "To be sure," rejoined his uncle. "Well I know that your good mother would have had me make a clerk of you, but well I see that the Greenwood is where you will pass your days. So here's luck to you in the bout," and the huge tankard came a third time into play. The young man thanked his uncle for his good wishes, and set about making preparations for the journey. He travelled lightly, but his yew bow must needs have a new string, and his cloth-yard arrows must be of the straightest and soundest. One fine morning, a few days after, Rob might have been seen passing by way of Locksley, through Sherwood Forest to Nottingham town. Briskly walked he, and gaily, for his hopes were high, and never an enemy had he in the wide world. But 'twas the very last morning in his life when he was to lack an enemy. For as he went his way through Sherwood, whistling a blithe tune, he came suddenly upon a group of foresters, making merry beneath the spreading branches of an oak tree. They had a huge meat pie before them, and were washing down prodigious slices of it with nut brown ale. One glance at the leader, and Rob knew at once that he had found an enemy. 'Twas the man who had usurped his father's place as head forester, and who had roughly turned his mother out in the snow. But never a word said he for good or bad, and would have passed on his way, had not this man, clearing his throat with a huge gulp, bellowed out, "By my troth, here is a pretty little archer. Where go you, my lad, with that two-penny bow and toy arrows? Belike he would shoot at Nottingham fair. Ho, ho!" A roar of laughter greeted this sally. Rob flushed, for he was mightily proud of his shooting. "My bow is as good as yours," he retorted, "and my shafts will carry as straight and as far. So I'll not take lessons of any of ye." They laughed again loudly at this, and the leader said with frown, "Show us some of your skill, and if you can hit the mark here's 20 silver pennies for you. But if you hit it not, you are in for a sound drubbing for your pertness." "Pick your own target," quoth Rob in a fine rage. "I'll lay my head against that purse that I can hit it." "It shall be as you say," retorted the forester angrily. "Your head for your sauciness that you hit not my target." Now at a little rise in the wood a herd of deer came grazing by, distance full 50 yards. They were king's deer, but at that distance seemed safe from any harm. The head forester pointed to them. "If your young arm could speed a shaft for half that distance, I'd shoot with you." "Done!" cried Rob. "My head against 20 pennies I'll cause yon fine fellow in the lead of them to breathe his last." And without more ado he tried the string of his longbow, placed a shaft thereon, and drew it to his ear. A moment, and the quivering string sang death as the shaft whistled across the glade. Another moment, and the leader of the herd leaped high in his tracks and fell prone, dyeing the sward with his heart's blood. A murmur of amazement swept through the foresters, and then a growl of rage. He that had wagered was angriest of all. "Know what you have done, rash youth?" he said. "You have killed a king's deer, and by the laws of King Harry your head remains forfeit. Talk not to me of pennies, but get ye gone straight, and let me not look upon your face again." Rob's blood boiled within him, and he uttered a rash speech. "I have looked upon your face once too often already, my fine forester. 'Tis you who wear my father's shoes." And with this he turned upon his heel and strode away. The forester heard his parting thrust with an oath. Red with rage he seized his bow, strung an arrow, and without warning launched it full aft Rob. Well was it for the latter that the forester's foot turned on a twig at the critical instant, for as it was the arrow whizzed by his ear so close as to take a stray strand of his hair with it. Rob turned upon his assailant, now 20 yards away. "Ha!" said he, "you shoot not so straight as I, for all your bravado. Take this from the twopenny bow." Straight flew his answering shaft. The head forester gave one cry, then fell face downward and lay still. His life had avenged Rob's father, but the son was outlawed. Forward he ran through the forest, before the band could gather their scattered wits. Still forward into the great Greenwood. The swaying trees seemed to open their arms to the wanderer and to welcome him home. Toward the close of the same day, Rob paused hungry and weary at the cottage of a poor widow who dwelt upon the outskirts of the forest. Now this widow had often greeted him kindly in his boyhood days, giving him to eat and drink. So he boldly entered her door. The old dame was right glad to see him, and baked him cakes in the ashes, and had him rest and tell her his story. Then she shook her head. "'Tis an evil wind that blows through Sherwood," she said. "The poor are despoiled and the rich ride over their bodies. My 3 sons have been outlawed for shooting king's deer to keep us from starving, and now hide in the wood. And they tell me that 20 of as good men as ever drew bow are in hiding with them." "Where are they, good mother?" cried Rob. "By my faith, I will join them." "Nay, nay," replied the old woman at first, but when she saw that there was no other way, she said, "My sons will visit me tonight. Stay you here and see them if you must." So Rob stayed willingly to see the widow's sons that night, for they were men after his own heart. And when they found that his mood was with them, they made him swear an oath of fealty, and told him the haunt of the band, a place he knew right well. Finally one of them said, "But the band lacks a leader, one who can use his head as well as his hand. So we have agreed that he who has skill enough to go to Nottingham, an outlaw, and win the prize at archery, shall be our chief." Rob sprang to his feet. "Said in good time," cried he, "for I had started to that self-same fair, and all the foresters and all the sheriff's men in Christendom shall not stand between me and the centre of their target." And though he was but barely grown, he stood so straight and his eye flashed with such fire that the 3 brothers seized his hand and shouted, "A Locksley! A Locksley! If you win the golden arrow you shall be chief of outlaws in Sherwood Forest." So Rob fell to planning how he could disguise himself to go to Nottingham town, for he knew that the foresters had even then set a price on his head in the marketplace. It was even as Rob had surmised. The Sheriff of Nottingham posted a reward of £200 for the capture, dead or alive, of one Robert Fitzooth, outlaw. And the crowds thronging the streets upon that busy fair day often paused to read the notice and talk together about the death of the head forester. But what with wrestling bouts and bouts with quarterstaves and wandering minstrels, there came up so many other things to talk about that the reward was forgotten for the nonce, and only the foresters and sheriff's men watched the gates with diligence, the sheriff indeed spurring them to effort by offers of largesse. His hatred of the father had descended to the son. The great event of the day came in the afternoon. It was the archers' contest for the golden arrow, and 20 men stepped forth to shoot. Among them was a beggarman, a sorry-looking fellow with leggings of different colors, and brown scratched face and hands. Over a tawny shock of hair he had a hood drawn, much like that of a monk. Slowly he limped to his place in the line, while the mob shouted in derision. But the contest was open to all comers, so no man said him nay. Side by side with Rob, for it was he, stood a muscular fellow of swarthy visage and with one eye hid by a green bandage. Him also the crowd jeered, but he passed them by with indifference while he tried his bow with practised hand. A great crowd had assembled in the amphitheatre enclosing the lists. All the gentry and populace of the surrounding country were gathered there in eager expectancy. The central box contained the lean but pompous sheriff, his bejewelled wife, and their daughter, a supercilious young woman enough, who, it was openly hinted, was hoping to receive the golden arrow from the victor, and thus be crowned queen of the day. Next to the sheriff's box was one occupied by the fat Bishop of Hereford, while in the other side was a box wherein sat a girl whose dark hair, dark eyes, and fair features caused Rob's heart to leap. 'Twas Maid Marian. She had come up for a visit from the Queen's Court at London town, and now sat demurely by her father, the Earl of Huntingdon. If Rob had been grimly resolved to win the arrow before, the sight of her sweet face multiplied his determination an hundredfold. He felt his muscles tightening into bands of steel, tense and true. Yet withal his heart would throb, making him quake in a most unaccountable way. Then the trumpet sounded, and the crowd became silent, while the herald announced the terms of the contest. The lists were open to all comers. The first target was to be placed at 30 ells distance, and all those who hit its center were allowed to shoot at the second target, placed 10 ells farther off. The third target was to be removed yet farther, until the winner was proved. The winner was to receive the golden arrow and a place with the king's foresters. He it was also who crowned the queen of the day. The trumpet sounded again, and the archers prepared to shoot. Rob looked to his string, while the crowd smiled and whispered at the odd figure he cut, with his vari-colored legs and little cape, but as the first man shot they grew silent. The target was not so far but that 12 out of the 20 contestants reached its inner circle. Rob shot sixth in the line and landed fairly, being rewarded by an approving grunt from the man with the green blinder, who shot seventh, and with apparent carelessness, yet true to the bull's-eye. The mob cheered and yelled themselves hoarse at even this marksmanship. The trumpet sounded again, and a new target was set up at 40 ells. The first 3 archers again struck true, amid the loud applause of the onlookers, for they were general favorites and expected to win. Indeed, 'twas whispered that each was backed by one of the 3 dignitaries of the day. The 4th and 5th archers barely grazed the center. Rob fitted his arrow quietly, and with some confidence sped it unerringly toward the shining circle. "The beggar! The beggar!" yelled the crowd. "Another bull for the beggar!" In truth, his shaft was nearer the center than any of the others. But it was not so near that Blinder, as the mob had promptly christened his neighbor, did not place his shaft just within the mark. Again the crowd cheered wildly. Such shooting as this was not seen every day in Nottingham town. The other archers in this round were disconcerted by the preceding shots, or unable to keep the pace. They missed one after another and dropped moodily back, while the trumpet sounded for the third round, and the target was set up 50 ells distant. "By my halidom, you draw a good bow, young mister," said Rob's queer comrade to him in the interval allowed for rest. "Do you wish me to shoot first on this trial?" "Nay," said Rob, "but you are a good fellow by this token, and if I win not, I hope you may keep the prize from yon strutters." And he nodded scornfully to the 3 other archers who were surrounded by their admirers, and were being made much of by retainers of the sheriff, the bishop, and the earl. From them his eye wandered toward Maid Marian's booth. She had been watching him, it seemed, for their eyes met. Then hers were hastily averted. Blinder's quick eye followed those of Rob. "A fair maid, that," he said smilingly, "and one more worthy the golden arrow than the sheriff's haughtiness." Rob looked at him swiftly and saw naught but kindliness in his glance. "You are a shrewd fellow, and I like you well," was his only comment. Now the archers prepared to shoot again, each with some little care. "As well as you fence with the staff, my friend?" "I have hit an ash twig at 40 yards," said Little John. Thus chatting pleasantly the band turned back into the woodland and sought their secluded dell, where the trees were the thickest, the moss was the softest, and a secret path led to a cave, at once a retreat and a stronghold. Here, under a mighty oak, they found the rest of the band, some of whom had come in with a brace of fat does. And here they built a ruddy fire and sat down to the meat and ale, Robin Hood in the center, with Will Stuteley on the one hand and Little John on the other. And Robin was right well pleased with the day's adventure, even though he had got a drubbing. For sore ribs and heads will heal, and 'tis not every day that one can find a recruit as stout of bone and true of soul as Little John. So ends chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Robin Hood by J. Walker McSPADDEN. This recording is in the public domain. How Robin Hood turned butcher and entered the Sheriff's service. The butcher he answered jolly Robin, "No matter where I do dwell, for a butcher am I, and to Nottingham am I going my flesh to sell." The next morning the weather had turned ill, and Robin Hood's band stayed close to their dry and friendly cave. The third day brought a diversion in the shape of a trap by a roving party of the Sheriff's men. A fine stag had been struck down by one of Will Stuteley's fellows, and he and others had stepped forth from the covert to seize it, when 20 bowmen from Nottingham appeared at the end of the glade. Down dropped Will's men on all fours, barely in time to hear a shower of arrows whistle above their heads. Then from behind the friendly trees they sent back such a welcome that the Sheriff's men deemed it prudent not to tarry in their steps. 2 of them, in sooth, bore back unpleasant wounds in their shoulders from the encounter. When they returned to town the Sheriff waxed red with rage. "What!" he gasped. "Do my men fear to fight this Robin Hood face to face? Would that I could get him within my reach once. We should see then, we should see." What it was the Sheriff would see he did not state, but he was to have his wish granted in short space, and you and I will see how he profited by it. The 4th day, and the one following this friendly bout, Little John was missing. One of his men said that he saw him talking with a beggar, but did not know whither they had gone. 2 more days passed. Robin grew uneasy. He did not doubt the faith of Little John, but he was fearful lest a roving band of foresters had captured him. At last Robin could not remain quiet. Up sprang he, with bow and arrows and a short sword at his side. "I must away to Nottingham town, my men," he cried. "The goodly Sheriff has long desired to see me," and to it the beggar went with some of his new friends. It was held in the same arena that Robin had formerly entered, and again the Sheriff and lords and ladies graced the scene with their presence, while the people crowded to their places. When the archers had stepped forward the herald rose and proclaimed the rules of the game. How that each man should shoot 3 shots, and to him who shot the best, the prize of a yoke of fat steers should belong. A dozen keen-eyed bowmen were there, and among them some of the best fellows in the foresters' and sheriff's companies. Down at the end of the line towered the tall beggarman, who must needs twang a bowstring with the best of them. The Sheriff noted his queer figure and asked, "Who is that ragged fellow?" "'Tis he that hath now so soundly cracked the crown of Eric of Lincoln," was the reply. The shooting presently began, and the targets soon showed a fine reckoning. Last of all came the beggar's turn. "By your leave," he said loudly, "I'd like it well to shoot with any other man here present at a mark of my own placing." And he strode down the lists with a slender peeled sapling which he stuck upright in the ground. "There," said he, "is a right good mark. Will any man try it?" But not an archer would risk his reputation on so small a target. Whereupon the beggar drew his bow with seeming carelessness and split the wand with his shaft. "Long live the beggar!" yelled the bystanders. The Sheriff swore a full great oath and said, "This man is the best archer that ever yet I saw." And he beckoned to him and asked him, "How now, good fellow? what is your name, and in what country were you born?" "In Holderness I was born," the man replied. "Men call me Reinald Greenleaf." "You are a sturdy fellow, Reinald Greenleaf, and deserve better apparel than that you wear at present. Will you enter my service? I will give you 20 marks a year, above your living, and 3 good suits of clothes." "3 good suits, say you? Then right gladly will I enter your service, for my back has been bare this many a long day." Then Reinald turned him about to the crowd and shouted, "Hark ye, good people, I have entered the Sheriff's service, and need not the yoke of steers for prize. So take them for yourselves, to feast withal." At this the crowd shouted more merrily than ever, and threw their caps high into the air. And none so popular a man had come to Nottingham town in many a long day as this same Reinhold Greenleaf. Now you may have guessed by this time who Reinhold Greenleaf really was. So I shall tell you that he was none other than Little John. And forth went he to the Sheriff's house and entered his service. But it was a sorry day for the Sheriff when he got his new man. For Little John winked his shrewd eye and said softly to himself, "By my faith, I shall be the worst servant to him that ever yet had he." 2 days passed by. Little John, it must be confessed, did not make a good servant. He insisted upon eating the I shall requite you when next you come to Nottingham, for I am in the King's service. So for the present the score rests with you. But the shadows grow long, and I must away, if you will be pleased to pilot me to the road. Then Robin Hood and all his men arose and drank the Sheriff's health, and Robin said, "If you must needs go at once, we will not detain you, except that you have forgotten 2 things." "What may they be?" asked the Sheriff, while his heart sank within him. "You forgot that you came with me today to buy a herd of horned beasts. Likewise, that he who dines at the Greenwood Inn must pay the landlord." The Sheriff fidgeted like a small boy who has forgotten his lesson. "Nay, I have but a small sum with me," he began apologetically. "What is that sum, gossip?" questioned Little John, "for my own wage should also come out of it." "And mine," said Much. "And mine," smiled Robin. The Sheriff caught his breath. "By my troth, are all these silver dishes worth anything?" The outlaws roared heartily at this. "I'll tell you what it is, worship," said Robin. "We 3 rascally servants will compound our back wages for those plates, and we will keep the herd of cattle free for our own use, and the King's. But this little tavern bill should be settled. Now, what sum have you about you?" "I have only those 20 pieces of gold and 20 others," said the Sheriff, and well it was that he told the truth for once, for Robin said, "Count it, Little John." Little John turned the Sheriff's wallet inside out. "'Tis true enough," he said. "Then you shall pay no more than 20 pieces for your entertainment, excellence," decreed Robin. "Speak I soothly, men of Greenwood?" "Good!" echoed the others. "The Sheriff should swear by his patron saint that he will not molest us," said Will Stutely, and his addition was carried unanimously. "So be it, then," cried Little John, approaching the Sheriff. "Now swear by your life and your patron saint." "I will swear it by St. George, who is patron of us all," said the Sheriff vigorously, "that I will never disturb or distress the outlaws in Sherwood. But let me catch any of you out of Sherwood," thought he to himself. Then the 20 pieces of gold were paid over, and the Sheriff once more prepared to depart. "Never had we so worshipful a guest before," said Robin, "and as the new moon is beginning to silver the leaves, I shall bear you company myself for part of the way. 'Twas I who brought you into the wood." "Nay, I protest against your going needlessly far," said Sheriff. "But I protest that I am loath to lose your company," replied Robin. "The next time I may not be so pleased." And he took the Sheriff's horse by the bridle rein and led him through the lane and by many a thicket till the main road was reached. "Now fare you well, good Sheriff," he said, "and when next you think to despoil a poor prodigal, remember the herd you would have bought over against Gamewell, and when next you employ a servant, make certain that he is not employing you." So saying, he smote the nag's haunch, and off went the Sheriff. Thus it came about that one day, after a practice at shooting, in which Little John struck down a hart at 500 feet distance, Robin Hood was vain to boast. "God's blessing on your heart," he cried. clapping the burly fellow on the shoulder. "I would travel an 100 miles to find one who could match you." At this Will Scarlet laughed full roundly. "There lives a curtal friar in Fountain's Abbey, Tuck by name, who can beat both him and you," he said. Robin pricked up his ears at this free speech. "By Our Lady," he said, "I'll neither eat nor drink till I see this same friar." And with his usual impetuosity he at once set about arming himself for the adventure. On his head he placed a cap of steel. Underneath his Lincoln green he wore a coat of chain metal. Then with sword and buckler girded at his side he made a goodly show. But he also took with him his stout yew bow and a sheaf of chosen arrows. So he set forth upon his way with blithe heart, for it was a day when the whole face of the earth seemed glad and rejoicing in pulsing life. Steadily he pressed forward by winding ways till he came to a green broad pasture land at whose edge flowed a stream dipping in and out among the willows and rushes on the banks. A pleasant stream it was, but it flowed calmly as though of some depth in the middle. Robin did not fancy getting his feet wet, or his fine suit of mail rusted, so he paused on the hither bank to rest and take his bearings. As he sat down quietly under the shade of a drooping willow, he heard snatches of a jovial song floating to him from the farther side. Then came a sound of two men's voices arguing. One was upholding the merits of hasty pudding, and the other stood out stoutly for meat pie. "Especially," quoth this one, "when flavored with young onions." "Gramercy," muttered Robin to himself, "that is a tantalizing speech to a hungry man. But, odds bodkins, did ever two men talk more alike than those two fellows yonder?" In truth, Robin could well marvel at the speech, for the voices were curiously alike. Presently the willows parted on the other bank, and Robin could hardly forbear laughing outright. His mystery was explained. It was not two men who had done all this singing and talking, but one, and that one a stout curtal friar who wore a long cloak over his portly frame, tied with a cord in the middle. On his head was a knight's helmet, and in his hand was a no more warlike weapon than a huge pasty pie, with which he sat down by the water's edge. His twofold argument was finished. The meat pie had triumphed, and no wonder, for it was the present witness, soon to give its own testimony. But first the friar took off his helmet to cool his head, and a droll picture he made. His head was as round as an apple, and eke as smooth in spots. A fringe of close curling black hair grew round the base of his skull, but his crown was bare and shiny as an. Then said Robin Hood. "By the faith of my body," replied the young man, "my name is Allan a Dale." "What will you give me, Allan a Dale," said Robin Hood, "in ready gold or fee to help you to your true love again, and deliver her back unto you?" "I have no money, save only 5 shillings," quoth Allan, "but are you not Robin Hood?" Robin nodded. "Then you, if anyone, can aid me," said Allan a Dale eagerly, "and if you give me back my love, I swear upon the book that I will be your true servant for ever after." "Where is this wedding to take place, and when?" asked Robin. "At Plympton Church, scarce 5 miles from here, at 3 o'clock of the afternoon." "Then to Plympton we will go," cried Robin suddenly springing into action, and he gave out orders like a general. "Will Stuteley, do you have 24 good men over against Plympton Church against 3 o'clock of the afternoon. Much, good fellow, do you cook up some porridge for this youth, for he must have a good round stomach, aye, and a better gear. Will Scarlet, you will see to decking him out bravely for the nonce. And Friar Tuck, hold yourself in readiness, good book in hand, at the church. Mayhap you had best go ahead of us all." The fat Bishop of Hereford was full of pomp and importance that day at Plympton Church. He was to celebrate the marriage of an old knight, a returned crusader, and a landed young woman, and all the gentry thereabout were to grace the occasion with their presence. The church itself was gaily festooned with flowers for the ceremony, while out in the churchyard at one side brown ale flowed freely for all the servitors. Already were the guests beginning to assemble, when the bishop, back in the vestry, saw a minstrel clad in green walk up boldly to the door and peer within. It was Robin Hood, who had borrowed Allan's beribboned harp for the time. "Now who are you, fellow?" quoth the Bishop, "and what do you here at the church door with your harp and saucy air?" "May it please your reverence," returned Robin, bowing very humbly, "I am but a strolling harper, yet likened the best in the whole north country, and I had hoped that my thrumming might add zest to the wedding to day." "What tune can you harp?" demanded the Bishop. "I can harp a tune so merry that a forlorn lover will forget he is jilted," said Robin. "I can harp another tune that will make a bride forsake her lord at the altar. I can harp another tune that will bring loving souls together though they were up hill and down dale 5 good miles away from each other." "Then welcome, good minstrel," said the Bishop. "Music pleases me right well, and if you can play up to your prattle, 'twill indeed grace your ceremony. Let us have a sample of your wares." "Nay, I must not put finger to string until the bride and groom have come. Such a thing would ill fortune both us and them." "Have it as you will," said the Bishop, "but here comes the party now." Then up the lane to the church came the old knight, preceded by 10 archers liveried in scarlet and gold. A brave sight the archers made, but their master walked slowly, leaning upon a cane and shaking as though in a palsy. "And after him 'tis Robin Hood!" screamed the Sheriff. "An 100 pounds if ye hold them, dead or alive." "I make it 200," roared the fat Bishop. But their voices were drowned in the uproar that ensued immediately after Robin blew his horn. He himself had drawn his sword and leaped down the stairs from the scaffold, followed by his 3 men. The guard had closed around them in vain effort to disarm them, when "A rescuer!" shouted Will Stuteley's clear voice on one side of them, and "A rescue!" bellowed Little John's on the other, and down through the terror-stricken crowd rushed 80 men in Lincoln green, their force seeming twice that number in the confusion. With swords drawn they fell upon the guard from every side at once. There was a brief clash of hot weapons, then the guard scattered wildly, and Robin Hood's men formed in a compact mass around their leader and forced their way slowly down the market-place. "Seize them, in the King's name!" shrieked the Sheriff. "Close the gates!" In truth, the peril would have been even greater, had this last order been carried out. But Will Scarlet and Allan a Dale had foreseen that event and had already overpowered the 2 warders. So the gates stood wide open, and toward them the band of outlaws headed. The soldiers rallied a force of twice their number and tried resolutely to pierce their center. But the retreating force turned thrice and sent such volleys of keen arrows from their good yew bows that they kept a distance between the 2 forces. And thus the gate was reached, and the long road leading up the hill, and at last the protecting Greenwood itself. The soldiers dared come no farther, and the widow's 3 sons, I warrant you, supped more heartily that night than ever before in their whole lives. So ends chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Robin Hood by J. Walker McSPADDEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How a beggar filled the public eye. Good Robin accosted him in his way, to see what he might be. If any beggar had money, he thought some part had he. One bright morning, soon after the stirring events told in the last chapter, Robin wandered forth alone down the road to Barnesdale, to see if aught had come of the Sheriff's pursuit. But all was still and serene and peaceful. No one was in sight save a solitary beggar who came sturdily along his way in Robin's direction. The beggar caught sight of Robin at the same moment as he emerged from the trees, but gave no sign of having seen him. He neither slackened nor quickened his pace, but jogged forward merrily, whistling as he came and beating time by punching holes in the dusty road with a stout pike-staff in his hand. The curious look of the fellow arrested Robin's attention, and he decided to stop and talk with him. The fellow was bare-legged and bare-armed, and wore a long shift of a shirt fastened with a belt. About his neck hung a stout, bulging bag, which was buckled by a good piece of leather thong. "He had bold Robin's horn," muttered poor John. "Methinks 'tis all up with me even as the Sheriff hath spoken." In good sooth the time was dire and pressing. The rope was placed around the prisoner's neck, and the men prepared to haul away. "Are you ready?" called the Sheriff. 1, 2, but before the 3 left his lips the faint sound of a silver bugle came floating over the hill. "By my troth, "That is Sir Guy of Gisborne's horn," quoth the Sheriff, "and he bade me not to delay answering its summons. He has caught Robin Hood." "Pardon, Excellency," said one of his men, "but if he has caught Robin Hood, this is a merry day indeed, and let us save this fellow and build another gallows and hang them both together." "That's a brave thought," said the Sheriff, slapping his knee. "Take the rascal down and bind him fast to the gallows tree against our return." So Little John was made fast to the gallows tree, while the Sheriff and all his men who could march or hobble went out to get Robin Hood and bring him in for the double hanging. Let us leave talking of Little John and the Sheriff and see what has become of Robin Hood. In the first place, he and Little John had come near having a quarrel that self same morning because both had seen a curious looking yeoman, and each wanted to challenge him singly. But Robin would not give way to his lieutenant, and that is why John, in a huff, had gone with Will to Barnesdale. Meanwhile Robin approached the curious looking stranger. He seemed to be a three-legged creature at first sight, but on coming nearer you would have seen that 'twas really naught but a poorly clad man, who for a freak had covered up his rags with a capel hide, nothing more nor less than the sun-dried skin of a horse, complete with head, tail, and mane. The skin of the head made a helmet, while the tail gave the curious three-legged appearance. "Good morrow, good fellow," said Robin cheerily. "Methinks by the bow you bear in your hand that you should be a good archer." "Indifferent good," said the other, returning his greeting. "But 'tis not of archery that I am thinking this morning, for I have lost my way and would fain find it again." "By my faith, I could have believed 'twas your wits you'd lost," thought Robin, smiling. Then aloud, "I'll lead you through the wood," quoth he, "and you will tell me your business, for belike your speech is much gentler than your attire." "Who are you to ask me my business?" asked the other roughly. "I am one of the King's rangers," replied Robin, "set here to guard his deer against curious-looking strollers." "Curious-looking I may be," returned the other, "but no stroller. Hark ye, since you are a ranger, I must e'en demand your service. I am on the King's business and seek an outlaw. Men call him Robin Hood. Are you one of his men?" eyeing him keenly. "Nay, God forbid," said Robin. "But what want you with him?" "That is another tale. But I'd rather meet with that proud outlaw than 40 good pounds of the King's money." Robin now saw, "And the Queen was right glad, and bade me go, and sent this gold ring to you from off her finger in token of her faith." Then Robin took the ring and bowed his head and kissed it loyally. "By this token will I go to London town," quoth he, "and ere I part with the Queen's pledge, may the hand that bears it be stricken off at the wrist." By this time they were come to the grove before the cave, and Robin presented Maid Marian to the band, who treated her with the greatest respect. Will Scarlet was especially delighted to greet again his old-time friend, while Allan a Dale and his good wife bustled about to make her welcome in their tiny thatched cottage. That evening, after they had supped royally upon the very hart that Marian had slain, Allan sang sweet songs of northern minstrelsy to the fair guest as she sat by Robin's side, the golden arrow gleaming in her dark hair. The others all joined in the chorus, from Will Scarlet's baritone to Friar Tuck's heavy bass. Even Little John essayed to sing, although looked at threateningly by Much the miller's son. Then Robin bade Marian repeat her message from the Queen, which Marian did in a way befitting the dignity of her royal mistress. After which the yeomen gave 3 cheers for the Queen and 3 more for her page, and drank toast to them both, rising to their feet. "Ye have heard," quoth Robin, standing forth, "how that her Majesty, whom God preserve, wishes but 4 men to go with me. Wherefore I choose Little John and Will Stuteley, my 2 lieutenants, Will Scarlet, my cousin, and Allan a Dale, my minstrel. Mistress Dale also can go with her husband and be company for the Queen's page. We will depart with early morning, decked in our finest. So stir ye, my lads, and see that not only your tunics are fresh, but your swords bright and your bows and arrows fit, for we must be a credit to the Queen as well as the good Greenwood. You, Much, and stout Will, Lester, and John, the widow's 3 sons, shall have command of the band while we are away, and Friar Tuck shall preside over the needs of your souls and stomachs." The orders were received with shouts of approval, and toasts all around were drunk again in nut brown ale. ere the company dispersed to rest after making ready for the journey. The next morning was as fine a summer's day as ever you want to see, and the green leaves of the forest made a pleasing background for the gay picture of the yeomen setting forth. Says the old ballad, it was a seemly sight to see how Robin Hood himself had dressed, and all his yeomanry. He clothed his men in Lincoln green, and himself in scarlet red, with hats of black and feathers white to bravely deck each head. Nor were the two ladies behindhand, I ween, at the bedecking. Thus the chosen party of 7 sallied forth, being accompanied to the edge of the wood by the whole band, who gave them a merry parting and God speed. The journey to London town was made without incident. The party proceeded boldly along the King's highroad, and no man met them who was disposed to say them nay. Besides, the good Queen's warrant and ring would have answered for them, as indeed it did as stilled, and every eye hung upon the speeding of the shafts. Slowly but skilfully each man shot, and as his shaft struck within the inner ring, a deep breath broke from the multitude like the sound of the wind upon the seashore. And now Gilbert of the White Hand led the shooting, and 'twas only by the space of a hair's breadth upon the line that Tepus tied his score. Stout Elwyn, the Welshman, took third place. One of the private archers, named Geoffrey, came fourth, while Clifton must needs content himself with fifth. The men from the open list shot fairly true, but nervousness and fear of ridicule wrought their undoing. Then the herald came forward again, and instead of announcing the prize winners, proclaimed that there was to be a final contest. 2 men had tied for first place, declared his Majesty the King, and 3 others were entitled to honors. Now all these 5 were to shoot again, and they were to be pitted against 5 other of the Queen's choosing, men who had not yet shot upon that day. A thrill of astonishment and excitement swept through the arena. Who were these men of the Queen's choosing? Was upon every lip. The hubbub of eager voices grew intense, and in the midst of it all, the gate at the far end of the field opened and 5 men entered and escorted a lady upon horseback across the arena to the royal box. The lady was instantly recognized as Mistress Marian of the Queen's household, but no one seemed to know the faces of her escort. 4 were clad in Lincoln green, while the 5th, who seemed to be the leader, was dressed in a brave suit of scarlet red. Each man wore a close-fitting cap of black, decked with a curling white feather. For arms they carried simply a stout bow, a sheaf of new arrows, and a short hunting knife. When the little party came before the dais upon which the King and Queen sat, the yeomen doffed their caps humbly, while Maid Marian was assisted to dismount. "Your gracious Majesty," she said, addressing the Queen, "these be the men for whom you sent me, and who are now come to wear your colors and service you in the tourney." The Queen leaned forward and handed them each a scarf of green and gold. "Locksley," she said in a clear voice, "I thank thee and thy men for this service. Know that I have laid a wager with the King that ye can outshoot the 5 best whom he has found in all his bowmen." The 5 men pressed the scarfs to their lips in token of fealty. The King turned to the Queen inquiringly. "Who are these men you have brought before us?" asked he. Up came the worthy Bishop of Hertford, growing red and pale by turns. "Your pardon, my liege lord," cried he, "but I must denounce these fellows as outlaws. Yon man in scarlet is none other than Robin Hood himself. The others are Little John and Will Stuteley and Will Scarlet and Allan a Dale, all famous in the north country for their deeds of violence." "As my Lord Bishop personally knows," added the Queen significantly. The King's brows grew dark. The name of Robin Hood was well known to him, as to every man there present. "Is this true?" he demanded sternly. "Aye, my lord," responded the Queen. Those stood by, discussing the eternal Robin with a drover. "Folk do say that my lord Sheriff has sent into Lincoln for more men at arms and horses, and that when he has these behind him, he'll soon rid the forest of these fellows." "Of whom speak you?" asked the Tinker, sitting up. "Of Robin Hood and his men," said the host. "But go to sleep again. You will never get the reward." "And why not?" asked the Tinker, rising with great show of dignity. "Where our sheriff has failed, and the stout Guy of Gisborne, and many more beside, it behoves not a mere tinker to succeed." The Tinker laid a heavy hand upon the innkeeper's fat shoulder and tried to look impressive. "This is your reckoning, host, upon the table. I must even go upon my way, because I have more important business than to stand here gossiping with you. But be not surprised if, the next time you see me, I shall have with me no less person than Robin Hood himself." And he strode loftily out the door and walked up the hot white road towards Barnesdale. He had not gone above a quarter of a mile when he met a young man with curling brown hair and merry eyes. The young man carried his light cloak over his arm, because of the heat, and was unarmed save for a light sword at his side. The newcomer eyed the perspiring tinker in a friendly way, and seeing he was a stout fellow, accosted him. "Good day to you," said he. "Good day to you," said the tinker, "and a morrow less heating." "Ay," laughed the other. "Whence come you? And know you the news?" "What is the news?" said the gossipy tinker, pricking up his ear. "I am a tinker by trade, Middle by name, and come over against Banbury." "Why, as for the news," laughed the stranger, "I hear that 2 tinkers were set in the stocks for drinking too much ale and beer." "If that be all your news," retorted Middle, "I can beat you clear to the end of the lane." "What news have you? Seeing that you go from town to town, I ween you can outdo a poor country yokel at tidings." "All I have to tell," said the other, "is that I am especially commissioned" he felt mightily proud of these big words "especially commissioned to seek a bold outlaw which they call Robin Hood." "So?" said the other, arching his brows. "How especially commissioned?" "I have a warrant from the sheriff, sealed with the King's own seal, to take him where I can. And if you can tell me where he is, I will e'en make a man of you." "Let me see the warrant," said the other, "to satisfy myself if it be right, and I will do the best I can to bring him to you." "That will I not," replied the tinker. "I will trust none with it, and if you'll not help me to come at him, I must forsooth catch him by myself." And he made his crabtree staff whistle shrill circles in the air. The other smiled at the tinker's simplicity, and said, "The middle of the road on a hot July day is not a good place to talk things over. Now if you're the man for me and I'm the man for you, let's go back to the inn just beyond the bend of road and quench our thirst and cool our heads." For he seized hold of a young sapling that was growing near by. His hunting knife soon had it severed and lopped into shape. "Now come, fellow," said Arthur a Bland, seeing that he was ready, "and if I do not tan your hide for you in better shape than ever calfskin was turned into top boots, may a murrain seize me." "Stay," said Robin. "Methinks my cudgel is half a foot longer than yours. I would have them of equal length before you begin your tanning." "I pass not for length," bold Arthur replied. "My staff is long enough, as you will shortly find out. 8 foot and a half, and 'twill knock down a calf." Here he made it whistle in the air. "And I hope it will knock down you." Forthwith the 2 men spat on their hands, laid firm hold upon their cudgels, and began slowly circling round each other, looking for an opening. Now it so chanced that Little John had fared expeditiously with his errand. He had met the merchant from whom he was wont to buy Lincoln green coming along the road, and had made known his wants in few words. The merchant readily undertook to deliver the suits by a certain day in the following month. So Little John, glad to get back to the cool shelter of the greenwood, hasted along the road lately taken by Robin. Presently he heard the sound of angry voices, one of which he recognized as his captain's. "Now, Heaven forfend," quoth he, "that Robin has fallen into the clutches of a king's man. I must take a peep at this fray." So he cautiously made his way from tree to tree, as Robin had done, till he came to the little open space where Robin and Arthur were circling each other with angry looks, like 2 dogs at bay. "Ha! This looks interesting," muttered Little John to himself, for he loved a good quarterstaff bout above anything else in the world, and was the best man at it in all the greenwood, and he crawled quietly underneath a friendly bush, much as he had done when Robin undertook to teach Will Scarlet a lesson, and chuckled softly to himself and slapped his thigh and prepared to watch the fight at his ease. Indeed, it was both exciting and laughable. You would have chuckled one moment and caught your breath the next, to see those 2 stout fellows swinging their sticks, each half as long again as the men were, and thick as their arm, and edging along sideways, neither wishing to strike the first blow. At last Robin could no longer forbear, and his good right arm swung round like a flash. Ping! went the stick on the back of the other's head. raising such a welt that the blood came. But the tanner did not seem to mind it at all, for bing went off his own staff in return, giving Robin as good as he had sent. Then the little battle was on, and furiously it waged. Fast fell the blows, but few save the first ones landed, being met in mid-air by a counter-blow, till the thwacking sticks sounded like the steady roll of a kettle-drum and the oak bark flew as fine as it had ever done in Arthur a Bland's tannery. Round and round they fought, digging their heels into the ground to keep from slipping, so that you would have vowed there had been a yoke of oxen ploughing a potato patch. Round and round, up and down, in and out, their arms, he asked as though in jest. "'Tis true enough, as the worthy knight hath said," responded the big fellow, gravely emptying the contents on his cloak. Robin signed to Marian, who filled a bumper of wine for himself and his guest. "Pledge me, Sir Knight," cried the merry outlaw, "and pledge me heartily, for these sorry times. I see that your armor is bent and that your clothes are torn. Yet methinks I saw you at court, once upon a day, and in more prosperous guise. Tell me now, were you a yeoman and made a knight by force? Or have you been a bad steward to yourself, and wasted your property in lawsuits and the like? Be not bashful with us. We shall not betray your secrets." "I am a Saxon knight in my own right, and I have always lived a sober and quiet life," the sorrowful guest replied. "'Tis true you have seen me at court, mayhap, for I was an excited witness of your shooting before King Harry, God rest his bones. My name is Sir Richard of the Lea, and I dwell in a castle, not a league from one of the gates of Nottingham, which has belonged to my father, and his father's father before him. Within 2 or 3 years ago, my neighbors might have told you that a matter of 400 pounds one way or the other was as naught to me, but now I have only these 10 pennies of silver and my wife and son." "In what manner have you lost your riches?" asked Robin. "Through folly and kindness," said the knight, sighing. "I went with King Richard upon a crusade, from which I am but lately returned, in time to find my son, a goodly youth, grown up. He was but 20, yet he had achieved a squire's training, and could play prettily in jousts and tournaments and other knightly games. But about this time he had the ill luck to push his sport too far, and did accidentally kill a knight in the open lists. To save the boy I had to sell my lands and mortgage my ancestral castle, and this not being enough, in the end I have had to borrow money, at a ruinous interest, from my lord of Hereford." "A most worthy bishop," said Robin ironically. "What is the sum of your debt?" 400 pounds," said Sir Richard, "and the bishop swears he will foreclose the mortgage if they are not paid promptly." "Have you any friends who would become surety for you?" "Not one. If good King Richard were here, the tale might be otherwise." "Fill your goblet again, Sir Knight," said Robin, and he turned to whisper a word in Marian's ear. She nodded and drew Little John and Will Scarlet aside and talked earnestly with them, in a low tone. "Here is health and prosperity to you, gallant Robin," said Sir Richard, tilting his goblet. "I hope I may pay your cheer more worthily the next time I ride by." Will Scarlet and Little John had meanwhile fallen in with Marian's idea, for they consulted the other outlaws, who nodded their heads. Thereupon Little John and Will Scarlet went into the cave near by and presently returned bearing a bag of gold. This they counted out before the astonished knight, and there were 4 times 100 gold pieces in it. "Take this loan from us, and return with me speedily. We have still another score to settle with my lord of Hereford." When Little John could catch his breath from laughing, he winded his horn. "Now, Mistress Robin," quoth he, grinning, "lead on. We'll be close to your heels." Meanwhile, back at the widow's cottage, the bishop was growing more furious every moment. For all his bold words he dared not fire the house, and the sturdy door had thus far resisted all his men's efforts. "Break it down! Break it down!" he shouted, "and let me soon see who will fetch out that traitor, Robin Hood." At last the door crashed in and the men stood guard on the threshold, but not one dared enter for fear a sharp arrow should meet him half way. "Here he is!" cried one keen-eyed fellow, peering in. "I see him in the corner by the cupboard. Shall we slay him with our pikes?" "Nay," said the bishop. "Take him alive if you can. We'll make the biggest public hanging of this that the shire ever beheld." But the joy of the bishop over his capture was short-lived. Down the road came striding the shabby figure of the old woman who had helped him set the trap, and very wrathy was she when she saw that the cottage door had been battered in. "Stand by, you lazy rascals!" she called to the soldiers. "May all the devils catch ye for hurting an old woman's hut! Stand by, I say!" "Hold your tongue!" ordered the bishop. "These are my men and carrying out my orders." "God mercy!" swore the beldame harshly. "Things have come to a pretty pass when our homes may be treated like common goals. Couldn't all your men catch one poor forester without this ado? Come, clear out, you and your robber, on the instant, or I'll curse every mother's son of ye, eating and drinking and sleeping." "Seize on the hag!" shouted the bishop, as soon as he could get in a word. "We'll see about a witch's cursing. Back to town she shall go, alongside of Robin Hood." "Not so fast, your worship," she retorted, clapping her hands. And at the signal a goodly array of Greenwood men sprang forth from all sides of the cottage, with bows drawn back threateningly. The bishop saw that his men were trapped again, for they dared not stir. Natheless, he determined to make a fight for it. "If one of you but budge an inch toward me, you rascals," he cried, "it shall sound the death of your master Robin Hood. My men have him here under their pikes, and I shall command them to kill him without mercy." "Faith, I should like to see the Robin you have caught," said a clear voice from under the widow's cape, and the outlaw chief stood forth with bared head, smilingly. "Here am I, my lord, in no wise imperilled by your men's fierce pikes. So let us see whom you have been guarding so well." The old woman who, in the garb of Robin Hood, had been lying quiet in the cottage through all the uproar, jumped up nimbly at this. In the bald absurdity of her disguise she came to the doorway and bowed to the bishop. "Give you good den, my lord bishop," she piped in a shrill voice. "And what does your grace at my humble door? Do you come to bless me and give me alms?" "Aye, that does he," answered Robin. "Virgin, I do indeed. Else who will do it? The bishop and all his whining clerks may be there, but not one would say a prayer for his soul." "But I am only a poor palmer," the other began hesitatingly. "Natheless, your prayers are as good as any and better than some," replied Will. "Right gladly will I go, then," said the palmer, "but I fear me I cannot get into the city. You may know that the gates are fast locked for this morning, to all who would come in, although they let any pass out who will." "Come with me," said stout Will, "and my master will see that you pass through the gates." So the palmer pulled his cloak still closer about him and was brought before Robin Hood, to whom he told all he knew of the situation. He ended with, "If I may make so bold, I would not try to enter the city from this gate, as 'tis closely guarded since yesterday, but on the far side no attack is looked for." "My thanks, gentle palmer," quoth Robin. "Your suggestion is good, and we will deploy to the gate upon the far side." So the men marched silently but quickly until they were near to the western gate. Then Arthur a Bland asked leave to go ahead as a scout, and quietly made his way to a point under the tower by the gate. The moat was dry on this side, as these were times of peace, and Arthur was further favored by a stout ivy vine which grew out from an upper window. Swinging himself up boldly by means of this friendly vine, he crept through the window and in a moment more had sprung upon the warder from behind and grabbed him hard about the throat. The warder had no chance to utter the slightest sound, and soon lay bound and gagged upon the floor, while Arthur a Bland slipped himself into his uniform and got hold of his keys. 'Twas the work of but a few moments more to open the gates, let down the bridge, and admit the rest of the band, and they got inside the town so quietly that none knew of their coming. Fortune also favored them in the fact that just at this moment the prison doors had been opened for the march of the condemned man, and every soldier and idle lout in the market-place had trooped thither to see him pass along. Presently out came Will Stuteley, with firm step but dejected air. He looked eagerly to the right hand and to the left, but saw none of the band, and though more than one curious face betrayed friendship in it, he knew there could be no aid from such source. Will's hands were tied behind his back. He marched between rows of soldiery, and the sheriff and the bishop brought up the rear on horses, looking mightily puffed up and important over the whole proceeding. He would show these sturdy rebels, would the sheriff, whose word was law. He knew that the gates were tightly fastened, and further he believed that the outlaws would hardly venture again within the walls, even if the gates were open. And as he looked around at the 50 archers and pikemen who lined the way to the gallows, he smiled with grim satisfaction. Seeing that no help was nigh, the prisoner paused at the foot of the scaffold and spoke in a firm tone to the Sheriff. "My Lord Sheriff," quoth he, "since I must needs die, grant me one him rise," and dismounted from his own horse to greet him as a brother in arms. And arm in arm they went into the castle, while bugles and trumpets sounded forth joyous welcome in honor of the great occasion. After the King had rested and supped, he turned upon the knight and with grave face inquired, "What is this I hear about your castle's becoming a nest and harbor for outlaws?" The Sir Richard of the Lea, divining that the Sheriff had been at the King's ear with his story, made a clean breast of all he knew, how that the outlaws had befriended him in sore need, as they had befriended others, and how that he had given them only knightly protection in return. The King liked the story well, for his own soul was one of chivalry, and he asked other questions about Robin Hood, and heard of the ancient wrong done his father before him, and of Robin's own enemies, and of his manner of living. "In sooth," cried King Richard, springing up, "I must see this bold fellow for myself. And you will entertain my little company and be ready to sally forth upon the second day, in quest of me if need were. I shall e'en fare alone into the greenwood to seek an adventure with him. But of this adventure you shall be told in the next tale, for I have already shown you how Sir Richard of the Lea repaid his debt with interest." So ends chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Robin Hood by J. Walker McSPADDEN. This recording is in the public domain. How King Richard came to Sherwood Forest. King Richard, hearing of the pranks of Robin Hood and his men, he much admired and more desired to see both him and them. Then Robin takes a can of ale. Come, let us now begin, and every man shall have his can. Here's a health unto the King. Friar Tuck had nursed Little John's wounded knee so skilfully that it was now healed. In sooth, the last part of the nursing depended more upon strength than skill, for it consisted chiefly of holding down the patient, by main force, to his cot. Little John had felt so well that he had insisted upon getting up before the wound was healed, and he would have done so if the friar had not piled some holy books upon his legs and sat upon his stomach. Under this vigorous treatment Little John was constrained to lie quiet until the friar gave him leave to get up. At last he had this leave, and he and the friar went forth to join the rest of the band, who were right glad to see them, you may be sure. They sat around a big fire, for 'twas a chilly evening, and they feasted and made merry in great content. A cold rain set in later, but the friar wended his way back, natheless, to his little hermitage. There he made himself a cheerful blaze, and changed his dripping robe, and had sat himself down, with a sigh of satisfaction, before a tankard of hot mulled wine and a pasty, when suddenly a voice was heard on the outside demanding admission. His kennel of dogs set up furious uproar on the instant, by way of proving the fact of a stranger's presence. Now, by St. Peter! Then Robin Hood began a health to Marian his only dear, and his yeomen all, both comely and tall, did quickly bring up the rear. "Your pardon, sire!" exclaimed Robin Hood. "Pardon, from your royal bounty, for these my men who stand ready to serve you all your days." Richard of the Lionheart looked grimly about over the kneeling band. "Is it as your leader says?" he asked. "Aye, my lord King!" burst from 70 throats at once. "We be not outlaws from choice alone," continued Robin, "but have been driven to outlawry through oppression. Grant us grace and royal protection, and we will forsake the greenwood and follow the King." Richard's eyes sparkled as he looked from one to another of this stalwart band, and he thought within himself that here indeed was a royal bodyguard worth the while. "Swear," he said in his full, rich voice, "swear that you, Robin Hood, and all your men from this day henceforth will serve the King." "We swear," came once more the answering shout from the yeomen. "Arise, then," said King Richard. "I give you all free pardon and will speedily put your service to the test. For I love such archers as you have shown yourselves to be, and it were a sad pity to decree such men to death. England could not produce the like again for many a day. But in sooth I cannot allow you to roam in the forest and shoot my deer, nor to take the law of the land into your own hands. Therefore I now appoint you to be royal archers and mine own especial bodyguard. There be one or two civil matters to settle with certain Norman noblemen, in which I crave your aid. Thereafter the half of your number, as may later be determined, shall come back to these woodlands as royal foresters. Mayhap you will show as much zeal in protecting my preserves as you have formerly shown in hunting them. Where, now, is that outlaw known as Little John? Stand forth." "Here, sire," quoth the giant, doffing his cap. "Good Master Little John," said the king, looking him over approvingly, "could your weak sinews stand the strain of an office in the shire? If so, you are this day Sheriff of Nottingham, and I trust you will make a better official than the man you relieve." "I shall do my best, sire," said Little John, great astonishment and gladness in his heart. "Master Scarlet, stand forth," said the king, and then addressing him, "I have heard somewhat of your tale," quoth he, "and that your father was the friend of my father. Now, therefore, accept the royal pardon and resume the care of your family estates, for your father must be growing old. And come you to London next court day, and we shall see if there be a knighthood vacant." Likewise the king called for Will Stuteley and made him chief of the royal archers. Then he summoned Friar Tuck to draw near. "I crave my king's pardon," said the priest, humbly enough, "for who am I to lift my hand against the Lord's anointed?" "Nay, the Lord sent the smiter to thee without delay," returned Richard, smiling, "and 'tis not for me to continue a quarrel between church and state. So what can I do for you in payment of last night's hospitality? Can I find some fat living where there are no wicked, and fix a broad arrow upon the string? Out yonder, among the oaks, where this arrow shall fall, let them dig my grave." And with one last mighty effort he sped his shaft out of the open window, straight and true, as in the days of old, till it struck the largest oak of them all, and dropped in the shadow of the trees. Then he fell back upon the sobbing breast of his devoted friend. "'Tis the last," he murmured. "Tell the brave hearts to lay me there with the green sod under my head and feet, and let them lay my bent bow at my side, for it has made sweet music in mine ears." He rested a moment, and Little John scarce knew that he was alive. But on a sudden Robin's eye brightened, and he seemed to think himself back once more with the band in the open forest glade. He struggled to rise. "Ha! 'Tis a fine stag, Will. And Allan, thou never didst strum the harp so sweetly. How the light blazes! And Marian, 'tis my Marian, come at last." So died the body of Robin Hood, but his spirit lives on through the centuries in the deathless ballads which are sung of him, and in the hearts of men who love freedom and chivalry. They buried him where his last arrow had fallen, and they set a stone to mark the spot, and on the stone were graven these words: "Here underneath his little stone lies Robert, Earl of Huntingdon. Never archer as he so good, and people called him Robin Hood. Such outlaws as he and his men will England never see again." So ends chapter 24. So ends Robin Hood by J. Walker McSPADDEN.